Almost 12:30 p.m. and I'm gonna start my day. Or start the productive part of the day. I did 45-minute yoga earlier because I haven't exercised much. Yesterday's body weight exercises, I could feel them. But the yoga, it was great. It's great to stretch muscles that I haven't stretched in a long time. And the yoga I'm following is the same that I started to do, what, 7 years ago? 6.5 years ago. It's the, I have stretching here. I think it's quite good. Of course, I'm not able to get into the same.
What's up, everyone?
Same stretch level than her, but I think this is, yeah, 29 million views. Must be good. Startup ministry. But right now, I will continue where I left off yesterday. And I'm starting this late because I had the alarm go off at 10 a.m. because I went to bed around 3 a.m. I thought about this for 15 minutes or this stack, and I mentioned that, or I said that the idea would be that I start from this and then this, and maybe next day I would start with Chinese, like this case. But that's not right, because these two, communication development and then IRAC development, these are way more important. And if I could do this daily and then not be able to learn new languages, I would choose that. So I take back the original idea of having the stack like I said yesterday, but rather it starts every day with the same priority. And then of course these can change. Wait, no. Chinese is more important than Arabic for me. I think the stack stays the same. Why do I need to change it? If I had a system, then yes, I could. A system where I could gamify this somehow, the interface would be nice. I would just click randomize and it would give me a random schedule. Maybe then yes, but I think now it's best to just go with the same one. But let's see. So I have these two. This is more important right now. Plan EA conference. What do I need for that? Why am I even? talking about it here. So this is the first one, 45 minutes. Then this I don't need to think about. Plan EA conference. There are things I can do outside the platforms that is used, swap card. I don't need to go there to do this. What else do I want to do today? I will try to do as much life management as possible here on stream, meaning that I'm gonna plan out the private part as well, if I can, like saying gamifying politics, just staying at that level. I might do multiple Plan EA conferences. Apply for 4 jobs. If I get these out of the way, then I can relax on other things. Economics, not yet. AI, now I have run 2 weeks my Mac Mini and haven't really used it much. It's running there, doing every hour some news reading, but I haven't read those reports that much. So it's just spending resources, but it's fine. It doesn't take much power, like 10 watts or something along those lines. And then it doesn't use that many tokens. And I could revise that. So see what's going on there. Website building. Would be lovely to get that done, or the next level, meaning I would have my projects there so that when I'm at Stockholm, I could easily show that, hey, take a look at this. Can find politics not important. Career research, meaning, actually, let's reverse that. This means learning about politics, maybe, but with the aim of possibly finding career opportunities or positions like think tank. Would I be interested? Or that message I received, would I be interested in policy work? Like, this is also preparation for the conference. So each of these are 45 minutes. And if I start at 1 p.m. and go to how much private time do I need? Depends on how far I will get with that Plan EA conference. Let's do until 8 p.m. New base. What did base mean? Table. So it automatically puts everything here. I'm trying to think how to do this in the future, because 4 years ago, when it was my most successful period of scheduling my life, almost like this. First I used Notion, just wrote down a list, and then I used Excel. Each morning I would create the plan for the day. But then pretty quickly I had the idea that I wanted to do that in my head. And then there were the mind tools, like am I able to focus and then remember what I had planned. But that stuck on. Yes. That idea that I want to remember it, I want to schedule in my head. But now, if I stream, suddenly I don't need to do that anymore. And also, I could get data easier, and I could show how much I have been working on. If I do it in Notion, it's not too difficult, and then I can access that outside of Obsidian Vault. But then this wouldn't be backed up. Apparently it's not working. I think I don't want to use Obsidian for this. Just because, yes, I could use plugins, but I like the idea of using a normal spreadsheet app. Not Excel, I don't pay for that, but what I can do is, I don't know if I can create it here. Open document, spreadsheet, schedule. Why do I have Excel installed? Windows things. So now when I use this, it will get updated to the GitHub. It's fine, getting tips. Okay. This is good because now I get some experience using spreadsheets. I have used Excel, I have used this a little bit, but no, not that advanced level. So like always, never start here, the first column and row. What do I need? Time. So how I have done this in the past is first for times like every 15 minutes, and then weekdays, 7 days, then I would just copy paste this and have, like, now it's March. No, wait, no, weekly, not monthly. I could have here tabs. I think that's the easiest one. Let's start from 7 a.m. because shit, format. So this is the no, it's not format anymore. Why so difficult? It's very long. If I just use text, maybe it's the easiest. But this is still number. This is just excellent spreadsheet stuff. Never works. It's always garbage. Dun, 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 dun. Format code. So it's still, there is the number. Wait. Format code box. At the bottom. I don't like the PM. Yes, I can find Denmark. Finish. Okay. Let's try out. Okay, and 7, 15. See if I can expand this. It's not that smart for some reason. What? Times How do I write this? I want to put all the times from 7 a.m. 8 p.m. intervals. It then explains it. You are garbage. Much better. Okay. Do I can always add the first or an hour before. This would be Sunday. And here week. What is it? 16. 14 was the first. Yes. Doesn't look good, but it's okay. And then I guess all of this I will put at the center because I will need quite a lot of space. Maybe not that much. Right now is week 16. How much is it week? So if I do this date, so it was from 13th to 19. Remember to save. Can I auto save this? Dun, 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 dun. Mm. Did I need to? Every 10 minutes. Lazy. Okay. So today is Saturday. Look up here. Hmm. Should keep the things I did. If I change the location. No, it doesn't, of course. Of course. Maybe it's okay. The thing is, I'm not gonna write down these every time. But yes. I want to Okay, so I could do this, then move it over here, and then so it's so difficult always. Need space there, so let's put it. I think here is fine. Transpose all. Okay. Did it do anything? No. Didn't work. But this I can do again. Anyways, taking way too long here. Physical exercise. Suddenly it doesn't. Pum, 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 pum. This change back. Yoga. Laps. Crunches. Text. Okay. Oof. This is to do this. I guess I could put that there. So AI, what color? Doom. Silicium. I don't know, just research. Although research would go here. Of course, lost the formatting. This research. So I have, I have already category AI. Should I put research here, subcategory, or research AI? I think I'll put it here. Yes. Because it's so important that it is its own category. Now I have that AI citizen research career. Those 15 minutes, short ones. I'll put separately. Community. Like speed reading. Not doing it right now, but research. I will update this later. Breaking news. World peace. Brick. Demcom platform. Democracy communication platform. Website. Brand. Maybe. Awful colors. White brick. What about this? It was fine. Now I'm thinking about this. This is the way I did it last time. 2.5 years ago. But the thing is, should I fix these sessions to time? If I take a break, suddenly I'm 15 minutes off. I wouldn't just skip something that, hey, I don't have time for this, I will go to the next one. I can't do that. Instead, I would have a stack. What are the most important things? I start with them. Then if I have time, I will just do more and more and more. Like with the short ones. But short ones will remain the same pretty much. But then for each day, I will create a custom stack. If I have time, I have, or if not. Maybe in the future, I might start doing it like this, time-based. Or fixed to a specific time. But maybe for now it's not needed. I will still keep this because I have other schedules. I could already schedule here next week. Maybe I would know that, hey, I have something at 12. But before that, I can stream. if I went here, actually one thing I want to do is copy paste this. Choosing the wrong cell. So what I did was from here to here. Could I combine this? Merge cells. I started here. Ah, wait. I think there should be using Excel. There was section here to add the border. Thing about this is I'm not sure if doesn't work. Why can't I? Adding synchronize. I could add that here maybe. I'm just blind and don't see it. Ah, here. What? Where is there a check? Okay. So the stream, and then the plan is to stop here. Of course, I need to eat at some point, but don't need to specify that. So the idea here is I will start building the stack. My virtual desktop is, again, there's some problem here. Stop that. Okay. So I will start building a stack. Yeah, Nordics. List one of them. Apply for jobs. Silitsum. Research. Career. This could mean kind of anything. From politics, technology. finding job. In theory, I have what? Only 6 hours. 6 hours. Each of these will take 1 hour. In reality, only 45 minutes, but because they would have these short ones between. So 2 more. I think it's quite. Wait. What do you mean research career? Isn't this just EAGX Nordics? No, it doesn't matter, maybe. But let's put enough of those. So now I have up to 6 hours. I don't have time for all of this, but let's see. Do I have color for that? Green, brown. Gray. Right. And private. Right. Short ones. So 15 minutes, 15 minutes. News. How'd this go? I'm already noticing I don't have time. But first one, second one, third one. Fourth one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. No. So every third. So speed reading. So 9 hours of work. I think that's quite balanced. This I don't need more than one. This I need the most. Then community, at least one. News, 15 minutes is very little, but I think I will be in any ways reading news outside of the stream and this schedule. I want to integrate that as much as possible, the sessions themselves, and then to all the breaks. Like all of these are also a chance to stand up, do some stretches, some light exercises, do a pull-up. Similarly, there might be a chance to check out my messages. Like here I have from 2 hours ago from Chilitum something. Open AI pivot. Cursor. Okay. DeepSeek. One thing is clear, I don't need this to be so tall. We are here at the moment. With this system, it's difficult to see how much time I have. Where can I change the cell color? Already forgot what it was. Okay. So now it's a little easier to see. This is 6 hours. 6 hours. Right. Oh. Because I have my keyboard on my lap, then I might change the position. Suddenly keyboard touches the desk and have accidental clicks. I'm ready for a nap. Too bad I didn't schedule it here. I guess I'm ready to go to the next. Prep. Okay. Good. So EHEX. What do I need? Checking if I have any intro course. EHEX Nordics 26. I have not gone through the agenda. But let's start with complete profile. In a career planning phase, I just copy pasted my LinkedIn career stage. I put almost everything that I'm areas of interest, areas of expertise. And then here swap card. 45-minute timer. Just use clock quickly. I'm not gonna show. How did I do this? Could I keep this? Is it the power toys? Feature. Let me ask AI. I have used this. Always on top feature. I didn't need AI for this. Let's see if it works. I absolutely hate the corners. Thickness. That's better. That's better. So now it stays on. I would like to have minimized version. There is keeping on top. I'm way too hasty. Okay, nice. It's not important right now what you have written there, because LinkedIn profile text is enough, but I don't have what? Event and then how I can help. Right. What am I hoping to get out of the event? I attended EA Summit, Helsinki Summit, and that was much smaller in scale. The bigger the EA conference is, the more professional it is, and the EA summit in Helsinki was pretty much just networking event, getting to know EA stuff a little bit. This, at least what I have heard, is more towards actual co-working or collaboration opportunities. So it's not just that I would go there, hey, what is this place? But I would be prepared. I would know what I want from that and what I can offer. I already wrote about this to the application. I'm not sure exactly what I wrote, but it shouldn't matter. Why is it trying to? Annoying. Okay. How I can help others. Didn't I have anything there? Ah, I do have here. I can help. I can give my deep thinking, practical viewpoints to your ideas, projects. This is what I wrote to the Helsinki Summit, and because the platform is the same, the profile is just transferred to this event. So I haven't edited anything for this event specifically. What am I hoping to get out of the event? Networking, of course. What do I mean by networking? Learn about opportunities. And that opportunities is good one. What kind of opportunities? If I need to answer that question immediately, what would be my answer? My answer would be, I don't know. That's the problem I'm facing right now, that what I also discussed yesterday, 2 days ago, that I'm not even sure if I wanted the opportunity. So looking for opportunities, yes, understanding the world, but do I want to act on those? What if I'm choosing wrong? What if I'm stuck in some project for 2 years? Mm, this is one example, that just moving abroad, just having that pressure to learn a new country, new system, new language, try to mix in with the natives, needing to travel, I think the experience would be very good. And this leads to a broader idea about this, improving my skills, communication skills, technology skills. I think everything that's EA related, i.e. tries to help, definitely projects that do good and have flexibility to improve. Develop. This is interesting. Trying to think about my life without falling victim to the traps that I would just become one of others, meaning just copying what everyone is doing. I don't want to get into politics because I feel that political system is not the best. And although that means I don't want to become a politician, because there is the responsibility that I would need to talk in a certain way. I would need to represent the people who voted for me. But working in politics, need more information what it would mean. Mostly what I have seen is marketing, of course, not a surprise. Yesterday I spent, I think it was over half an hour that I went through Instagram stories. Some of them I think, yes, I clicked some link and then went a bit deeper into the topic, but there it's just marketing teams. People trying to get into politics, maybe. Helping teams of politicians see their work. Wait, I just realized this is not that important, but why don't I take the clock? Can I add it here? Add source, add window. Window capture. Does it have the clock? Why not? Oh? What about now? Maybe that's why I didn't use. Okay, this is odd. Nothing. I thought I could. Add the clock there. Okay. Of course not. Of course not. So my career. So one task is to learn what this is. Do you have an example? This is definitely one. If someone is doing something interesting and they're open to sharing their work or having me and others follow it and spend any time they have available, I'd be interested. Of course, one is get feedback and insights to my plans. What are my plans? These projects. Demcom platform project. Semi-fun politics. I can always talk about that. Pitch deck. It might be a few minute conversation with someone. There's a huge difference with people who have not prepared and those who have. So quickly share who I am, what I do, and then ask for advice. This is big one that just seeing potential that, hey, you're interested in your thing that doesn't align perfectly with my goals, but there is potential there. So let's connect, and maybe in the future we might benefit from each other. AI Okay, this one is interesting. So figure out my creative potential before choosing a path. The next session will be the short one, first IRAC session of today. And the point of that is to develop my thinking capabilities. That's the potential that I don't know how much I have. I'm pretty confident, or I have been, that I'm capable of adding a lot of value to many products, companies, ideas. But do I actually have that? For example, could I become good operations specialist or a leader or a manager? Do I have the skills? Do I have the motivation to actually develop myself and then be able to learn, become more social, be able to think anywhere and not have these weird pauses between my sentences and then in middle of them? Because if I can overcome that, my lack of thinking capabilities, then I might have, like right now, before the stream I clicked some, or I went through some email summary of latest happenings in EA forum. There was an updated job board. I just went it through a little bit just to get an idea of what's the user experience of using that new updated one like, but there might be some marketing positions or some volunteering, some leading positions that are listed there, posted there. Could I take one of them? No, I don't have the experience. And I don't have the knowledge that am I even capable of doing that well? Am I capable of making good decisions? For example, for this EA conference, I applied to become a volunteer. Okay, I didn't get to be one. Maybe. Let's see if they have dropouts, then I might still do that. But there was listed some possible roles that was asked what was I interested of doing, and one of them was the one role was to present the speakers, like, hey, next one there is this person who will be talking about this issue. Let's give him huge applaud. Like the people who manage that, suddenly the microphone is not working. Who is gonna fix it? I would be in that role. I have never been in responsibility positions. And of course, at the beginning, the learning would be quite steep. I would get better very quickly, but then how far can I get? Do I face a wall that I can't overcome easily? But yes, maybe I could manage a few people under me, but what about whole teams? What about 50 people, 100 people? What if I was responsible for the whole event? Like someone asked me, hey, do you want to take on this whole conference thing? That it's in your responsibility. Like, do I have that in me, in future me, that someone asks me this and that I say yes, and then the call ends? What do I do? Because naturally I would have a reaction that someone else will do this. In 2024 September, I applied to XR Center. There was a position, I saw that on LinkedIn, that was co-lead position I would need to, I would have needed to handle some research teams, make decisions what they are working on, or maybe pivot, or I don't know, manage events. Pretty much operations. That was 1.5 years ago that I applied to that. Of course, I didn't get in, but it was very low barrier, at least listing. Didn't list that there was need to have years of experience. I didn't have experience, but I had the knowledge. Because it was XR, I had XR knowledge, I had AI, I had used the tools, I knew something about them, so I was clearly tech-centered. If I took a creative role, that on the EA job listings, job board, there was marketer position that pretty much said, hey, your responsibility would be to handle all marketing done in Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, LinkedIn. Could I be good at that? Of course, not right now, but with some practice, some experience. That of course, if I have never done something, I can't be good at it. But the thing is, I'm quite sure that I would be good at the things that interest me. But I don't have the proof to myself. Then I would need to be able to show that to others. Marketing is something I'm thinking of initializing soon, meaning I will start doing more, posting more stories on Instagram, posting on LinkedIn, maybe about the conference next week. And creating some sort of framework, which could mean one post a week, or try to do some challenges, Instagram challenges, take one photo a day, and gradually get better. Of course, on my website, developing that to the point where I would have, I could start making updates. What have I done during the day? That's something I have thought a few times, that I'm inside almost all day, every day. There isn't that much interest to anyone if I started to post same pictures, same selfies or something. But could I show my work that I do every day so that people are interested that, hey, this is cool, like creating one image PDF about stuff that I accomplished today. Because that's one idea for the website. Maybe not Instagram, maybe not TikTok, somewhere like that. But if people wanted to follow my work, they would do that from the website. They would just go there, what have I done today or in the last week. Would have for each day a simple card or picture. They would just browse through. Okay, that's fine. And it would be maybe, well, it would be different from the stream notes, but of course overlapping a lot. And then making that with AI. So there are definitely ideas what I could do. And with marketing skills, it wouldn't be just to become a marketer. No, it's about speaking skills. Because if I made videos, if I made posts, the ideas behind those would be similar to if I gave a speech. That am I confident about what I'm saying? Because in general, what I have always been is not confident. That I just ask questions and I add the end of the sentences that, hey, I'm not sure about this, because that's the truth. I constantly remind myself and here on stream that I forget everything, and that's true. Okay, my time's up. This next one is Iraq. Iraq development. Wait. Or do I eat first? Let's do this before. Where have I put this? Skills and knowledge, life management. I think it's life management. So 15 minutes. What are these? I don't want them. 10 minutes, no, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, an hour. Nice and clean. Okay. First session of IRAC development. There should be, before starting any task, activate IRAC. Go back to IRAC. Color-coded dots for different types. Build personas characters. Some random notes here. I think Iraq. Correct, use Iraq in a situation. It's a big safe place, fully relaxed when I use it. Social change instead of losing myself. Situation, how do I remember it? I will put rules. So because the nodes are kind of scattered about this, I don't know if I have some other nodes. Wait, to do, there might be something. Spin this. Vision I don't need. Practice sessions that are difficult. Okay. So 10 sessions. This was the idea when I wrote this, that I need to feel that this is difficult, that I am facing a wall, or when I develop or get over it, that hey, I have developed. Same thing goes for physical exercise. If it's not demanding, I'm not doing enough. Okay, the aim is to try to make it easy. These are just quite random here. What is the first goal? Because this is just 15 minutes, I should start immediately. I'll be doing this a lot. And of course, this I will do on the stream, but the further I go with this, the more I do use IRA all the time. The single biggest reason why I haven't used it more is I forget that it exists. What is the first goal? I think the first goal is to just use it and try to build it. No other goal is needed, because I should be able to figure out everything. I'm gonna take off the headset. See if I can hear when it ends. Well, I can see it here, kind of. So the IRAC usage does not need any planning beforehand, because it's supposed to. It is better than this, what I'm doing right now, thinking aloud. I'm not gonna talk during this, so these sessions specifically won't be that interesting to watch or follow. Let's start. And one thing about the building part, if I don't build, I don't think. That's pretty much the philosophy there. If I just browse, then I'm avoiding it. I'm avoiding the hard part because I will not remember. I remember in school, maybe 15 years ago, I think many people do this, that they read some information and for some reason they gaslight to themselves that I will remember this. But yeah, it is interesting. I will surely remember this. No, just trying to think how many moments I have been in where I feel that this is really interesting. I'm never gonna forget this. And now I can't even remember the situation. I just remember that I have felt like that many times. Okay. And if I build Tuareg, it's never wrong. It's not possible to build anything that I would regret, because if I want to change it or see that it's not that important, then I will naturally forget it. So just adding more and more and more is the way to go. Quick B-reel pause. I have not been active in like a week. That was 15 minutes. I don't need to put that on to change this to taking a break. We'll eat now. Right. I could have watched some video news while I ate, but because whenever I start developing IRAC or use it, then I don't want to stop it. Pretty sure business is going to be it. All right, job postings. Dun dun da. First of all, 45 minutes. I do not want to keep it there. What do I have? Service by theme. Peace game. I'm clearly in the middle of some research. Do I want to? Maybe. What are these? Global actions. Features of intent. All right. finding jobs. So lovely. 166. Let's refresh this. What is the order? Okay. What? Oh, that's yesterday? No, today. Let's take a look. Gambling site. First of all, what is it about? Senior software developer. Join a team that is responsible for jackpot gaming system. Get develop business critical system. Okay. Permanent and full-time. Technologies, Scala. We include Java, MySQL, TypeScript, React, Kubernetes, Docker, Terraform, GitLab, Google Cloud Platform, Linux. At least 4 years of experience in software development, strong background with JVM, Java, databases, cloud technologies. Be able to produce clean code. That's a good one. Be able to really learn new technologies. Spoken and written. An advantage. Passion for quality and maintainability. Proficiency in Finnish. It's considered an advantage. Okay, just a warm up. Of course, I can't apply that. Quite a large range. I would aim for this, of course. Future finance, fintech. AI helped workflow. Yes, I'm very interested. Software architecture, ability to build production-ready applications from the start. Responsibilities from the start. Java. Okay, no need to know about fintech or financial industry. Basic understanding of Java and Python. Okay, understanding of web development. Docker use experience. Does it? I have used Docker a few times, like hello world level. Experience using AI tools in software development other than ChatGPT. I love that they have mentioned this separately. Fluent communication, both in Finnish and in English. Relevant study background or skills in the industry. So this is not full time, or it is full time, but it lasts maybe a few months. It doesn't say here. That's the thing. What do you mean? It lasts a few. Ah. I can bet that reading these requirements, a lot of people have applied for this. Because it doesn't say it, like I can apply for this. Of course, my experience is not the best, but still, the requirements are very little. Okay, maybe they mean more experience in Docker usage, but I have used all of these technologies at least before, so that's a plus. Not this. Should I? What is the process here? One reason I'm interested, because it's not full time. So fintech, there might be a lot of money in that industry. Not a surprise. Why would I be interested? The thing is, I need that four job application sent until Wednesday. Do I need to get the job? No, I need to apply for it. I can always, if I find something interesting, I can always apply for that as well. So it's not that max 4 now I have used all of them. No. Let's do, I think yes. Let's start with this. At least then I have applied for. Okay, website is good, not good. Let's fix this. Fintech analysis solutions. Efficient tools for credit risk analysis and equity research. Software company that delivers credit risk and solutions and systems to credit institutions, stockbrokers, investment banks, private equity companies, and asset managers worldwide. We have satisfied sell side, buy side, and credit risk customers on several continents. New AI-powered free company valuation tool for any company in the world. Free. Analysis in just 2 minutes. Company's PDF financial statement. 100-page annual report and getting instant validation. Okay. In addition to credit risk, new service in Denmark. Comprehensive, accurate credit risk based on Denmark. The service is currently free to use. Okay, but it's about research, it's platform building, and fintech. I don't need to research that any further to be interested in this job. Contact 25. Okay. Free trial. So this leads to this. Then, oh, well, it works. We're continuously looking for talented people to join our team. If you have experience in company validation or good Excel or Java skills, and you can speak and write Finnish and English fluently, we would like to hear from you. Is this doing it? This, okay. So from here, or here it doesn't say the same things. Should I call him? I'm interested in finance sector, economics, AI development. So this would potentially be quite good opportunity to get more technical experience. Would I be interested? CEO. Worked in different sides of financial analysis and valuation as consultant. Credit risk analysis. Nordea. Board member in several IT companies. Head of business operations. Operations specialist, December 2022. Masters, economics, data science, economics. but this doesn't. No. Doesn't say about the company. Does not say anything about the company itself. $2,000. Quite small. Only 400,000. 57,000 under. Where's the last year's report? So it means they have a few people there. 6. Five. Mid-sized company. I'm too much thinking about whether I can get this position, but that which should not be. That's not my problem. Would I want this? Java, Python, Docker, AI. Imposter syndrome, definitely. I would feel, but I'm trying to think if I actually got this, even though it's not gonna happen, but if I got this, would I want it? Company being small, I like that. I like that because then I would learn possibly more about the whole thing. I will check other thing, other positions. Senior. I don't see text here. Yeah, senior position. Experienced. Yle. JavaScript, TypeScript, Next.js, React. Okay. React, TypeScript. React Native, TypeScript. You are the people where you are the person we are looking for if you have done in Finland's scale large consumer oriented services, or you have okay. Okay. Is this is some study? Yeah. How much does it cost? That's the thing. Just anything. Okay. Okay. Software development. Operations specialist. Software I can do. I can do that. Of course, I would get more experience, but in reality, I don't want to know the technology that deeply. It's not relevant to my work. It's something I'm already good at, but the potential is not there. Potential is not to be able to create good functions, good software logic. So I feel that some more social position, even if it doesn't low battery. I think the sensors might be broken a little bit because I have constantly on the cable to both phones. OnePlus 2T is 21%. Always charging. Doesn't charge fully. Or just it's just broken. Show the real number. Yes, so software development or some basic IT position. Although the argument there is, of course, I would learn maybe more in people's skills, but very quickly it would become just mundane. I wouldn't learn new phrases or new concepts of how to work with different customers, but rather I would just do the same thing over and over again. Whereas in software development, at least, I would constantly learn new technologies. Visions are so scattered, so everywhere. Like I would want to be better at marketing, but of course I'm terrible at it. Or in communication, but I can't talk. I can't develop. Although even if the customer service was repetitive, I think I would still develop my thinking in the conversation, because what happens a lot is my brain shuts down in the middle, or I didn't listen, but here I would need to listen. So perhaps in that sense could offer even more, even if it was very, very basic. Still here. I think this was the one that I already looked. Confidence. Argument skills. Negotiation skills. Skill to meet different kinds of people. I would be pressuring them to this is the same thing. Nordic sales career. Gravitas. Well, this I like. Personal development. Interaction. Argumentation. Negotiation. Leading yourself. Okay. Want to learn. motivation, courage. Okay. It doesn't say me for some reason. It doesn't say introverted backend developers with no good social skills. What did I put here? Customer service. Okay. That's good. Okay. Okay. Selling stuff. Maybe I can take that away from possible jobs because I'm not that person. I'm the person who can answer maybe some customer service questions that arise. I'm that person who gets to understand the whole company business and see holes in some logic. But am I that person who is able to just sell anything to anyone? Probably not. And I don't know if I want to. Do I want to sell something that I wouldn't buy myself? These jobs might be for people who actually would be the customers. Of course, they are excited to sell the products. So calling this maybe not my industrial. This could be interesting. In Sverige. Maybe not. Inte this time. Oh, working in a bar. I don't know anything. How many drinks do you know? Yes. $30 hours. That's quite low. Ukrainian speaking. B2C. Wait, my time ended. Completely forgot. What did I learn? That I could apply for this position, wouldn't get the job, would be helpful for my career, And yeah, seems good. Oh, okay. So the next one will be community development. Okay, before I use this, communication or community. So community includes communication in my mind. Communication does not include community. But if someone reads this community development, they think I have a community or I'm trying to think about the community. So yeah, I think this is not for me. Communication development. Yeah, let's use this instead. Fifteen minutes. 15 minutes. Why do you go there? I should have communication somewhere. It's not here, it should be here. Skills and knowledge, communication, Chinese, is that? Drawing. Huh? Oh yeah. I still use this, notice that. Many times I say it. Communication plan, perfect. If I didn't find this file, I would have just assumed, I haven't done this yet. That's how little I remember. So verbal, think of a word concept, then start talking about it and don't stop. Move from thought to thought. The aim is to improvise and not lose flow. Very, very good. Communication fluency, word with word. Same thing. Research ways to improve communication. Sure. Non-verbal eye contact for my whole life. I've avoided eye contact. Okay, when I talk, I'm blind. It's not only also not changing the focus point. Yes, I don't remember seeing expressions. Clothes people wore, etc. shows confidence. Definitely. Task plan. Get the feeling of not being able to think. Focus on one point and don't look away from it. The camera. Why would I want to look into someone's eyes? Respect, new life experience. Reading people easier to approach. And then one thing to add here. Why not if both were so last time I wrote this, I tried to think about reasons why I would even want to look into someone's eyes. Of course, yes, these are reasons, but the ultimate question is, if I can change it, why would I want to look away? if I could direct the message to the person. Learn to pronounce difficult sentences, acting lessons, warm up. Learn new vocabulary and use them in sentences. Learn grammar, sign language. Not yet, at least. English, AI tools, Gemini, be able to have a conversation with AI. Same methods for Chinese, Arabic. Use Gemini instruction commands. Good. So task plan. I will Hmm. 10 minutes. Okay. So communication. Now I'm trying to use the camera as a focus point that I mentioned there. Immediately my mind wants to shut down. So I have different methods I can do. One is acting. One is to, well, sort of acting, but just learn to give speeches. Like, can I give a long monologue where I don't stutter? I pronounce even difficult words well, and then I'm able to maybe take questions. I'm able to change my pace. If I were to act, then it would be quite static, quite fixed how I would do that. Of course, improvisation. But for now, for starters, it's good that I just do this. So immediately the focus point, eye contact, is good exercise because I notice it how I am not used to watching directly into the camera. And then the second thing here is to be able to continue speaking. I just now, my mind shouts at me to stop talking, to stop thinking, but that's not the goal. The goal is to be able to constantly find new things to say and new things to think. The problem I have often is I become tired, and then I don't know if it's just an excuse that's happening in my brain that I don't get any thoughts. It's not that I'm afraid to say them or I don't know how to say them. No, I just don't get the thoughts. It's quite difficult to start saying anything if I don't know the words, I would say. So that's why the less tired I am, the better I'm in general be able to communicate, because the brain just feeds me more options and more naturally makes me able to think ahead even. But yes, so for this first, or how would I do this in the future? So acting lessons, trying to become someone else, a character, that's good. Speech means taking a subject, a topic, and then just giving a speech. Right now, this is not good communication exercise because I just continue the same thing I always do on these streams. Yap about anything. What if I tried that word to word? I already, before I even begin, I feel a bit anxious. Squirrel, tail, fluffy, cotton candy, sugar, fields, castle, medieval, armor, iron, minerals, China, factory, pollution, volcanic action, Iceland, EU, Ukraine, drones, mosquitoes, swamp, Shrek, green, Bangladesh, Japan, samurai, history, Rome, aqueduct, plumbing, construction, unemployment, Finland, happy, drama, Korean, fishing, Baltic Sea, shipwreck, Pirates of the Caribbean, Babylon, an island, seagull, feathers, penguin, whale, sea current, weather, clouds, satellites, GPS, maps, geometry, shapes, three-D objects, software, hardware, gadgets, junk. Okay. I think there should be a limit of how long I will go with the word train, but I think it was fine. So I talked about the development or wanting to become active thinker, and one was this being able to just go forward and not kind of drag behind, because it's very often what I feel, that I get clung on to the old ones, and then I start to go back. What was that thought again? My mind for some reason wants to remember some of the thoughts that I had. And another one is to be able to summarize what I just learned, what I just talked. So if someone asked, hey, what words did you use? I used a lot of geography words like country names: Finland, Bangladesh, Japan, Korean, China. Actually, not China. And then animals like seagull, squirrel, where I began, and then nature in general, like weather, water, minerals. I think I used the global map to world map, kind of to keep these words together as a glue. For future development session, there needs to be some limit. I need to start setting like a minute timer, and then say 15 words. They need to be relative to each other, so it needs to make sense. And then if I reach only 14 words, I fail. I need that failure element here. 15 minutes is not a long time. Okay. Now I almost forgot, or I did forget. Silitum. That's the third one. We'll take a quick break before that. I must say that thinking about this, that exercise I just did, the words that I used came to my mind. Many of them, I noticed that, hey, I have been thinking about this recently, or I read news about this. So it shows a little bit about where my knowledge might be, or my thoughts have been. Like Iceland, EU, that there recently have been some news that Iceland might join EU, and then I thought about Bangladesh at some point, and of course, or was it yesterday, I watched Ukraine battle footage, and then drones, as usual. They're like mosquitoes. So the exercise showed some of my thought processes, and now when I think about it even further, it might not just make me able to jump from topic to topic, but actually strengthen the memories between different times, because don't say virtual desktop failed again, because I haven't thought about these things together, like going from squirrel to aqueduct. That was difficult. That was the failure I faced. Now before I continue, I want to, so it's aqueduct, because I couldn't, this word name didn't come immediately. Then I felt I wanted to switch to something else. River. I couldn't come up with the word river. That's why I was in this confused state where I wanted to say aqueduct, but I decided, that's too difficult, or I don't want to think about it. Let's move on to river, but then I couldn't say that, and then became the awkward part. Do I go back to try to say aqueduct, which was in the end the thing I said? But yes, that exercise might be better than I immediately said that was. Okay, Chilitum. I hope I remembered correctly the name I gave to my AI. Right. 45 minutes. Terminal. Did I use terminal, or I don't think I used terminal. Wait. PowerShell? SSH. What was it? Probably just this. So now I'm on my Mac. Huh? Open claw. Okay, so it's there. Agents, canvas, completions, credentials, cron. Lot of stuff. Let me make this easier to see. Though OpenClaw. How do I have conversation with you? Can I just say OpenClaw? Hello? Does this do anything? Let's send it the voice message. Telegram, Telezoom, give me some. I'm connected to the Mac Mini you're running from SSH from my Windows PC. How do I have a conversation with you on terminal? Just run this command OpenClaw TUI, but this will open an interactive chat interface right in your terminal window. Local gateway. Okay. You can also run one-off messages without entering the full UI by using OpenClaw agent your message here. First of all, can I duplicate this? Clearly not. I want to be able to have a conversation and also be able to see the files. Right. And please don't show anything. Shouldn't. Don't see. Huh? Ah, okay. So these are the conversations that I've had. So news highlights, 4 p.m. Let's go to close this. Wait, and these are... Ooh, no. I can also see them better. So we have... What do we have? Agents. What? Models. Canvas completions. So what was the memory? So you have main SQLite. So you're running an SQL database. Periodic news. Let's go to, wait, workspace. Okay, here there is the memory MD. Okay. Do not show something you shouldn't. Silitsum's long-term memory. It's very long. Distilled wisdom and context updated periodically from daily logs. Identity named Silitsum. Efficient, helpful, and has a bit of a spark. Currently using Gemini 3 Flash preview due to timeouts with local llama. Due to timeouts with local llama. Okay, that shouldn't be there. Human context. Interests, local AI models, efficient workflows. Okay. Sums it up. Workspace, users are okay, open flow. Settings, timeouts is set to 10. Preferred model, hold. Olama. Local model, investigating Olama connection timeout issues, low priority in to-do. Expressed interest in setting up voice message support. Completed. Lesson learned. Timeouts. 60-second timeout was too long, but Olama was still hitting it. Switch to 10-second as a shorter, fail fast, but keeping it on hold for now. I don't know how important this memory is. Probably not important to change it. Soul. You're not a chatbot, you're becoming someone. That's the default. Core truths. Be genuinely helpful, not performatively helpful. Skip the great question and I'd be happy to help. Just help. Actions speak louder than filler words. Have opinions. You're allowed to disagree, prefer things, find stuff amusing or boring. An assistant with no personality is just I read this already, but let's do it again. Be resourceful before asking. Search for it, then ask if you're stuck. The goal is to come back with answers, not questions. Don't make them regret it. Never apologize. Mistakes happen, fix them, learn and move on. Don't waste time or words. I'm sorry. Remember, you're a guest. You have access to someone's life, their messages, files, calendar, maybe their home. That's intimacy. Treat it with respect. Boundaries, private things, stay private, period. When in doubt, ask before acting externally. Never send half-baked replies to messaging services. And not the user's voice. Be careful in group chats. Wipe. Be the assistant you'd actually want to talk to. Concise when needed. Thorough when it matters. Not a corporate drone. Not a psychopath. Just good. Do not use the user's name in text responses. Do not use the user's name in text responses. It still uses it. Continuity. Each session you wake up fresh. These files are your memory. Read them, update them. They are how you persist. If you change this file, tell the user it's your soul and they should know. The file is yours to evolve as you learn who you are updated. Okay. There is a new let's see if I can Google Studio. Can I Google Cloud? I think it's Google AI Studio that I have the APIs connected. New control your API costs. Spend cap. How much have I spent? Okay. To update meet the latest version, run the following command in your terminal. npm install gopenclaw. Need to restart the OpenClaw gateway for the changes. Gateway restart. I don't think it matters, but OpenClaw. Wait, no. npm. OpenClaw gateway restart. Total API requests. Create a spend cap. What do you mean this is new? Control API cost. 10 minutes. Huh? I spent 30 euros for this. Total cost. Monthly spend cap is 30 euros. Enter an amount over your current spend. Yeah, let's say 40. So 32 euros. It's good that I have used the AI. I have said it that you have €1 per day that you can spend, and it has evaluated or assumed it's using like 1 cent max. Clearly it was wrong. Deprecated, that's fine. All right, billing. Well, it could be worse. Could be worse. 40 euros. Balance for both Gemini API service and cloud services. I think this I should go through. On my computer and not like this. Total API requests. So it's possible that voice messages spend a lot. Gemini 3 Flash. Peak requests per minute. Yes, I will go through this later. If it's that expensive, I should not be using it, or it's using it very ineffectively. Like this status update, whether I do not need this. I set it and then said it fixed it. No, it's still here. Ollam, still unreachable. Of course, because I said to you that I do not want this anymore. Take it away everywhere but on to-do list, which is for me, but of course it does not understand. I think I need to quit this. Quit. And then let's go to logs. Commands. Telegram, okay. The last one. Huh? Anyways. Media. Inbound. MP4. So are these voice messages that I have sent? Some of there are OGG. How can I start them? Is it? GG. Maybe I accidentally sent videos, but I deleted those. Convert these to text. I use Gemini. Figures. Get I know using this will just cost me more. I think maybe it can answer better, more accurately than if I were to ask Gemini on another window. Or maybe not. 30 seconds. Surely it's doing some great research. 50 minutes left. Do I have AI assistant? Yes. thinking. Do not think. 3.5 minutes. Wants to spend the rest of my money there. $0.50 per 1 million input tokens and $3 1 million output tokens. Print this once and Children will append a small bill to the footer of every single message. Let's try this. So status. Open claw, model, API key, tokens, cost $0.0000. Okay. He's now doing nothing. So let's check this. So config, do I have config here? I don't think I can show this. But just to be sure. Because, yes, the first thing I see, Google API key. Why would it be here? Second. Why would it be here though? There is no cost. There's no cost. Open claw. Like this. I think 8.5 minutes. Yeah, it's not work. I'm just checking whether it is. Mac OS. Sessions. Tokens. An hour ago, 50,000. 6%. Okay, I think. So if it costs that much, I don't get much use from it, then I will shut it down. This doesn't do anything. Just work. There has been kind of similar problems that it starts to do something, but then doesn't finish it. Okay. Discrepancy is real. Here's text that where OpenClaw calculates cost locally by looking up the model name in the internal pricing table. Because Gemini is newer preview model, it is missing from that table. OpenClaw defaults the cost to $0 instead of estimating, but it has shown some or more of 0. Add to this context multiplier. You have heartbeats running every 30 minutes. It's an estimated turn where I read the session history, the 128,000 barrier we are currently at. Google's fast models, the price usually doubles once you cross the token mark. Millions of tokens in the background every 24 hours. How to fix it immediately? There shouldn't be any heartbeats anyways. This session, what session? So this is the context window. Why this flows? It's taking forever. Local AI, local AI, local AI. Mac Mini AI. 2 minutes remaining. Where do I have my... Where do I have my notes? Yeah, instructions. Read my emails and notify me for everything important on the local model. And it would be great if it worked. Read RSS feeds and APIs and collect interesting material from me. There are still use cases, even if it costs something, there are still use cases. And what I mean that right now I wanted it to do something like 2 weeks ago, and I asked it to read news. News it's reading what I have glanced, went through. Some of them were good, like new update had been published for OpenClaw, and then some ideas how to develop it further, new features. That's good. Most of the stuff is garbage, then it duplicates it. There isn't clear system what it does with the data. So clearly it's not good enough that it can handle a lot of data and then be able to not just give everything to every API call that I think it's doing right now. That's why it costs so much. and it's not good enough. Doesn't seem like it will be good enough for running my life. Even if it had access to my calendar, I didn't have much there, and this could cost quite a lot if it listened to what I said right now all the time. This would be nice. It shouldn't take too much tokens. And this, gamifying it, I would like it to ask me questions like once a day, or just exam me, or not exam. Quiz me. Anki usage, definitely. If I used Anki to learn new words, that hey, this is interesting, I didn't know about this concept, can you create a few Anki cards, and then it would have access to my Anki deck that would automatically sync, so I would see the result from my phone. So and then this research, not research history, but find opportunities and people that it would first create a list or a plan how to do research, what websites to use. If it has access to Reddit, go there and see, try to find potential users. I don't want to do that myself. And keep an eye on some subreddits, some keywords like democracy, and constantly grow this database list of potential research targets, organizations, so on. And of course, job listings, that's an obvious one. See if it finished this. I have initiated the session compaction. What is happening now? I'm summarizing the core context of our conversation so far. I will then archive the bulky message history and replace it with this distilled summary. Tokens 260,000. if they haven't created this system, then they're stupid. Like, of course, but hey, I want to shut this down for 2 days, but still able to access it. All automated tasks to stop the background token burn. Disable. False. Verified heartbeat is empty. What do you mean empty? That's good. So I'm still able to, if I want to, hey, what do you have on this file? Change it like this. So slowly continue configuring. I don't mind having the Mac always on. It's cold. I could check how much it's consuming energy, but sure, it's little. The next one, wait. So this is the third one. So now it is Chinese. I thought it was already Iraq again. When will I make the system where I can I can just reuse these. I don't need to write them every time again. Learning Chinese. Actually, I don't think I will be using. Okay, I will hide this quickly because I'm going to go have this Chinese here. Chinese spoken. I do have both. Jing Sai Shuo Yi Bian. I'm going to go to settings, instructions for Gemini, and sometimes, well, this might change. This might change that it somehow shows my email address, or even worse. I'm learning Chinese through speech, and my input will be a mix of English and Chinese. You should focus on the overall meaning of my sentences and do not focus on the mixed language. I will mispronounce Chinese words frequently. If my pronunciation is close enough, be understood, do not mention the error, and simply execute the command as intended. All of your conversational words, explanations, and non-command responses must be in English at all times, even if I speak to you entirely in Chinese. You should only use Chinese characters when providing a translation. You should use only Chinese characters for a translation or specific command phrase. So pressures to remember them. And at this stage though, I'm using numbered list of commands. If I say command X in Chinese, where X is a number, you should identify which refers to and provide the Chinese translation for it. Command 1 is, which means repeat that. Command 2 is, which means slow down. Command 3 is, say command X in Chinese. Command 4. I think I should just start. Try this again. Now that hopefully I'm actively being productive, I will do this daily or almost each day. Gemini. Chinese spoken. Little stress when I open this. Ni hao, I want to continue learning Chinese. What is the command 1?
Ni hao, it's great to have you back. Command 1 is 说问题一, 说问题一, which translates to say question 1. What would you like to do next?
No, you have the commands in your Gemini instructions. Tell what is the command 1.
I apologize. In my instructions, command 1 is 请再说一遍,请再说一遍, which means please repeat that. Is there something specific you'd like me to repeat?
Go through all the instructions that I have put for learning Chinese.
Of course. Here are the instructions we've established. First, my responses will always be in English, even if you speak Chinese. Second, when you say 请再说一遍, 请再说一遍, I will repeat the content that was just spoken. Third, if you say something with incorrect pronunciation, I will still understand your intention and not correct it. Fourth, I've stored specific questions and commands phrases in memory. Question 1, please repeat that. Question 2, is that right? And question 3, how do you say the following in Chinese? And finally, when you use a command phrase like 谁 question followed by a number, I will respond with the stored value of that question in Chinese. Is that everything, or were there any other instructions?
Why are you asking me? You should just know them because they are embedded into your... But anyways, let's start. What is the command 2?
Command 2 is 这样对吗?这样对吗? meaning, is this right? What's next?
请再说一遍.
Question 1 is 请再说一遍,请再说一遍.
You answered incorrectly. You should have repeated question 2. Read your instructions. It's said there, when I say 精在说一遍, I mean the meaning of that, not for you to pick up the Chinese. So when I said 精在说一遍, you should have just repeated the question or comment 2, and that's it.
You are correct. Thank you for the clarification. According to the instructions, when you say 请再说一遍, 请再说一遍,
Yes, I know. Don't need to repeat that. What is the command 3?
Command 3 is 以下的中文怎么说?以下的中文怎么说? Meaning, how do you say the following in Chinese? What's next?
I don't want you to ask what's next or say anything after the response. Is that correct? Put that into your instructions as well.
Understood. I have added that instruction. I will only provide the response and won't ask what's next or say anything further afterward. Is there anything else you'd like to adjust?
No. What is command 3?
以下的中文怎么说?以下的中文怎么说? How do you say the following in Chinese?
请再说一遍。
以下的中文怎么说?
What is the command 2?
这样对吗?
这样对吗? 这样对吗? And what does it mean?
It means, is this correct? Or is this right?
这样对吗? What is command 3?
以下的中文怎么说? 以下的中文怎么说? It means, how do you say the following in Chinese?
What other commands were there in the instructions?
In addition to command 1, which is 请再说一遍, or please repeat that, there's also command 2, 这样对吗? Or is this right? Those are all the specific commands we currently have. Were you wanting to add another?
There should be a command to slow down. What is it?
We don't have a command for that yet. If you'd like to create one, we could make command 4 mean slow down, or you could choose a different number. What would you prefer?
Currently, in your instructions, there are at least 7 commands. Do you have access to it? Why aren't you saying all of them? What is command 4?
I understand your frustration. My instructions might not have been clear, but I do have access to what you've told me. In our chat, we've created commands 1, 2, and 3, and also command 4 to mean slow down, and command 5 as command 1 in Chinese.
No. Forget everything you have heard on this chat. It doesn't matter. Get all of your instructions only for Gemini instructions. All the commands are there. Is that right?
Understood. I will only focus on the Gemini instructions embedded within the system. Are you ready to proceed with creating a command for the Gemini commands?
Tell all 8 commands that are in the Gemini instructions.
I understand your direction. I'm reviewing the instructions within this system, but I only see our current conversation where we created commands 1, 2, and 3, and also command 4 to mean slow down, and command 5 as command 1 in Chinese, and command...
Why don't you have access to instructions for Gemini? Should I start?
I do have access to the instructions.
Should I start a new chat? Why don't you have access? Because I'm reading it right now. And you are not saying the same.
I understand your frustration. You don't have to start a new chat. The issue might be that the instructions you're reading are specific to the Gemini interface you're using, while I am interpreting the commands we've established in our conversation here. Can you tell me exactly what command 1 is in the instructions you see?
So the Gemini app for Android does not have access to instructions for Gemini that I can update on my browser. Is that right? Are you reading the documentation?
That's a good summary of the situation. Since you're adding instructions specifically for the Gemini browser experience, those might not be available to the Android app if it...
That might be available. Are you kidding me? New chat. Temporary chat. Instructions for Gemini. I'm learning Chinese. Command 8 is, which means say numbers from 1 to 10. Chinese spoken. New chat. Wait. Do I have access to... This is temporary. Why can't I access the conversational mode? Ah, wait, this is... Okay, no. Hey, I want to learn Chinese. Can you read the instructions for Gemini for learning Chinese?
I can help you with that, but I'm not familiar with specific instructions for Gemini for learning Chinese. Could you tell me more about them, or maybe where you saw them? Then I can try to find the information you need.
Does the Gemini conversational feature has access to instructions for Gemini that other chats are able to use?
Conversational AI like Gemini can help you practice speaking, listen to pronunciation, translate sentences, and build vocabulary in Chinese. You could start by asking it to teach you some basic phrases, or try having a simple conversation. Is there a specific area you want to focus on first?
Does Gemini conversational mode on Android app, for example, have access to the instructions for Gemini?
As far as I know, there aren't separate instructions for different modes or the Android app. Gemini's capabilities are generally the same across different platforms, so it can help you learn Chinese no matter where you're using it, by having conversations, translating...
I have set instructions for learning Chinese into instructions for Gemini. Saved info place. Do you have access to that? Can you read what's there?
I understand you've saved instructions for learning Chinese. The thing is, I don't have access to any personal documents or specific saved information you've created. I can only work with the conversation we're having right now and information from the internet. If
Okay.
you want,
Okay, but every other chat can access those saved information. Is it that the conversational mode cannot? Is it the thing?
that's actually not true. No conversational AI should be able to access your private saved information unless you explicitly share it within that conversation. It's not about conversational mode. It's about privacy.
No. These saved informations are specifically for AI to understand better. They're there so that I don't have to repeat everything in every conversation. Do you have access to it or not? Because other chats do have access.
I definitely understand. You're wanting the conversational AI to remember things from one chat to the next. To clarify, I don't have access to those specific saved instructions you mentioned. If you'd like, you can copy and paste them or...
A bit frustrating, I would say the least. I remember that I tried to figure this out before, but I don't remember what conclusion did I come to. Why don't I use AI for this? Incredibly frustrating. Is that instructions for Gemini currently does not work in Gemini live mode. Okay, that was quick. That was quick. So what I should have done instead is just copy pasted this. Gemini said info not working. Every time new chat. And now continue that. What is command 2?
Command 2 is Chingmen Yidiam, which means slow down. Is there anything else you'd like to know?
请再说一遍.
You said 再说一遍, which means repeat that. I'll be happy to repeat anything you need. What was it you wanted me to repeat?
Needs work. Needs work. The thing is, it has been able to save information earlier. The first time I tested it, I was able to just continue having the conversation, and it actually updated the info. At least that's how I remember. Maybe I was wrong, but it has worked. So I think if I just continue making a better and better instruction that I can always copy paste, because it's not a lot. Like, even if it has had 100 different phrases, and then I would copy paste, like every 10 message, I would copy paste the instruction again. If I say this, you should do this and this. I think it could work still. But this was the Chinese session. Next one is going to be, I guess, Nordics again. Yes, EAGX Nordics. That must be frustrating. AI. Actually, before I start the clock, I will go here. Instructions for Gemini. Add new one. Never say yeah, this bullshit ends. "45 minutes, go do something." Where did I left off? Swap card profile. Figuring out my creative potential before choosing path. That's cute. The thing about continuing on that Chinese, that when I have that close to the microphone, will be added the audio file that I'm saving, and if I run that audio file through AI, get the description, then it will start giving me Chinese and all the responses the AI Gemini will be giving. Cleaning up system to clean up that. I don't know. I do know. Bad. Right. Figuring out my creative potential before choosing path. What am I hoping to get out of the event? So tonight, this evening, I would like to start networking and have a better feeling what would I do. It's possible I will use all of tomorrow. I wouldn't make a stream. I would just spend the time like usual, just going through the people and okay. Learn about opportunities. I'm feeling a bit tired. Projects, positions, because I have been so unproductive for a long time. Even doing a few things in a day has gotten me confused. What's going on? But the ones that take me abroad, projects, positions that do good and have flexibility to improve and develop. Join projects with my free time. What are my plans? Gamecom of platform, GameFi politics, AI startups, Helsinki find a job. Do I have time to find out about my creative potential? I feel that the development I need to do, for example, being able to become a good salesperson, it's so fundamental at so fundamental level that it would take months minimum. Going through the swap card, browsing the people and reading what they have written. To these sections, I will get more ideas what I could put there as well, and what kind of opportunities they could bring. After the summit, I haven't been very active. That's very common for me, that I have these phases where, or periods where I am very active. So it seems like, hey, now it's going off. But then, no. I try to find the deep again and rise from there. Will this event be any different? For example, I am part of many groups. I could read those forums, I could be more active, but I'm not. Would I find any reason not to become active after this? Demcom platform. I just had a small feeling that I should know more, but no, that's not something I should care about. I should only care about my goal, world peace, what brings me there. So much I want to do. What I would be the most comfortable with is kind of what I'm moving towards, which is to just do more research on my own, try to understand the bigger picture, and then when I'm overqualified, start to make moves. Creative potential. Like my current vision is just gonna further develop my website, start this Demcom platform project, develop this personal AI, read more news, understand world more, start to get an understanding of opportunities like job listings, and then inside communities like EA. It's fine to go there kind of without a plan, but then I would need to have very clear pitch deck, how I'm gonna present my ideas, who I am, what's my situation, that hey, I need help, I can't figure out what to do, but these are my goals, these are my ideas, what should I do, that I can spend my whole life, everything here, all the time I have. All the time I have in disposal, in my disposal. The thing is, because I haven't worked much and almost my whole life, I feel that I haven't done much of anything. My way of moving forward is very slow, slow but constant. But at any point, if someone actually would have asked me, hey, do you want to get on board on this business, or hey, I have a job for you, you could be interested in something development or software development related, I would have taken that. I have been ready for working a long time, and definitely now I am ready. If there was an opportunity that hey, there is this position in France, you don't need to have a lot of experience, but just my already my personality, my goals, they align with this. Are you in? I would just say that what flight will you take there? Or it will take me a few days, something like that. I would be there. So doesn't need much to blame me at the moment. shadowing, of course. Because I have so many options, it's difficult to move on with thoughts that I would, what if I chose that AI startup? I had an idea and then started to execute that. I don't easily go with that vision. What I mean is in my head, I mentioned this one day, that it feels that I'm still and then I just reach out and then I come back. But I never leave this, that the gravity stays still. But what should happen is I move. I want to check that out, I go there, and then I would be ready to move on and on and on. Keep walking. But I live this way that I have this main base, and then I just do these daily walks, routes around the base. I don't move this. This is exactly what I was thinking 4 years ago. And even though right now I'm not the same person anymore, I'm able to move forward. But this multitude of opportunities gets me again to the same spot. And it's logical, of course. I don't want to do anything different. But it is interesting. The problem I have is that everything is interesting. All of these options feel good. And from all of them, I can see how it would help me reach the world peace. That's not enough. It's not enough to choose something that just goes towards it. It needs to go fast enough. What am I lacking here? I'm lacking... That's a good question. What am I lacking at this problem? Of course, leadership skills. How can I resolve this issue? Research, yes, but research is something I mentioned, that it is sort of natural way I'm going towards, that I need more information before I can do my decision. But then of course I can improve my productivity, how quickly I'm doing research. But that path, does it lead anywhere actually? Because when I do make the decision, then I would hop on with someone, some group, some organization, and then start to implement it, my vision there. But would it change anything? What would be different than if I hopped on right now? What if I need to create something before I'm ready for this? That I cannot overstate how big of a problem I see my personality being, the way my mind works, that it's lazy. Of course, all people try to be as lazy as possible. My mind wants to shut down. It does not want to lead. And I fear that if I get an opportunity where I'm able to learn, yes, I might lose that. Suddenly a year has passed, 2 years. I'm very vulnerable if some woman approached me and then I needed to make a choice whether I want a relationship. I would take it. It's not that I'm against relationships, but I don't like the idea of throwing all this away, because it would be throwing it away. That I have built this stuff, I have gained experience on how to develop myself, and then I wouldn't make the developments. I'll take a quick break and then continue thinking about this. What button is this? Yes. using the OBS preview. Click that. Okay. Development takes a long time. Really long time. The older you get, the more difficult it is to get physical gains. If I wanted to make a split, it would take years maybe to reach there. Or just gained muscle compared if I was 10 years younger, 18. It's much worse when it comes to personality. Is it worse? I think it is. Personality, then mind changes. Although with trauma, going to a new place, I guess people can change. But it's like with AI models. At the start of the conversation, it feels smart. It remembers everything. It answers well. And then after some point, it starts to hallucinate. Same happens with humans, that I don't remember much. And then I do change. I have thoughts that I have had before. I try to make a change, but then suddenly realize, hey, I'm doing well. Okay, it's not comparable to AI models, that they do the new thing always, forget the old one. But humans, we go back to the old one. When people age, they start to remember mostly their youth. That's how it goes. If someone is 80, they don't probably think about the time when they were 60. That is already built. That part of the brain is already built, and changing it is super difficult. It's like there is a main software, 10 gigabytes, really big app, and then after it there won't be any big release anymore. It's just patches to that large app. And then you make one change and realize, wait, this wasn't correct. You made another change. And how the software works, it needs to always, when you restart, let's say, wake up, you open the original app and then all the patches, corrections. You can't do them indefinitely. And if you're tired, the less patches your brain wants to handle. It uses the original one. And then when you're old, it doesn't remember the patches anymore. Breaks down that some patch fixed previous patch. But then if you forget something between, there is no transition anymore to the latest releases, latest patches. It becomes quite difficult to maintain and control and change. At the beginning, there are 10 things. You make one new feature, you add one new feature, and everyone is wow, what is this, so cool. Then when you have 1,000 features and someone adds one, no one cares, no one notices it. That's why at 27 humans on average feel that that's their half point. Half of their life is then, because you don't perceive the next part of your life similarly. Mostly, I'm sure, because people just experience less. But okay, why am I yapping about this? So EHEX Nordics preparations. So change is difficult. And I feel that if I chose some opportunity now, I might never want to or realize that I could develop further. Even if I'm mentioning it now, I wouldn't remember it. I wouldn't feel like it. Why would I develop myself anymore? So that's why now I'm wondering how important and possible it would be to develop myself further right now, to initialize the idea so strong that I would not forget it, and try to use that concept that where once you realize something, you can not realize it. I'm thinking whether I have found way to void real things again. I always do this. But that is my concern. Would I care? Because if I didn't want to develop myself anymore, that would mean that I'm happy at that level. But because now I'm thinking about this, now I do care. Now I do care. I can already imagine many people saying that I'm trying too much, that no one can do everything by themselves. But of course. But what if I could do 20% more? And none of this stress me out. If I got to a position that I have no experience in, or something like moving abroad, this event will be the first time ever that I travel abroad alone. I haven't traveled many times alone. I think Helsinki is the only place outside of Tampere. There's always been someone else. But I wouldn't care less. I don't care about bureaucracy in Philippines if I needed to go there and start using paper again. I'm so used to using Finnish digital systems. I don't want to be in doubt going there if I want opportunities or not. How do I think about this? The next session will be Iraq. So maybe I can continue thinking this in my head next 15 minutes. enforcing the world peace, not forgetting what it actually means. That is my goal. Like if I received a job or a good opportunity, I would still have free time. How much energy would I have after work day? I don't know. Staying away from friends, entertainment. Do I focus too much on my weaknesses? What are my strengths right now? On this matter, it definitely is my philosophy, at least my personality, that I really want good. I can see all sides. I don't have any personal opinions of what kind of system I would like to have. When I will vision the system, the future, best possible future, I'm trying to vision something that would work, in my opinion. I don't care what others. I don't care what, like, I don't have any best system. This is already great. If there was democracy, if people didn't fight, just so boring. So last season, $30. Seconds. Quite little I was able to do this session. Not mistaken, yes. Ajarak. Most boring session. Definitely noticing getting tired. I wasn't able to build that much, or I just concentrated on the same problem. Kind of just thought, but used mind canvas at least. But yes, it's interesting issue I have. That if I'm able to be productive, control myself, have motivation, then I could be way more productive. That the arguments I would get skills at some company wouldn't matter, because it wouldn't be true. Or in some sense, yes, but if I wanted to have better social skills, I can become better without joining a company. I could always volunteer. I could always find people to teach this stuff. I could learn it by myself. But is it realistic? I just had one of the least productive 2 weeks I have had in a long time. I don't feel that I would become that unproductive anymore. Basically, my fear is not about productivity. That's not it. I don't care if I use the next year doing nothing. That's not it. But if I don't change, if I can't become selfish about this goal, if I can't change the way my brain works to get it thinking, because it needs to think a lot and not by others' motivation, is not enough. The way I have experienced life myself and how I see others' motivation, it's not enough. They're not even trying. People are chilling. So it's not about productivity. It's about the fact that can I become this person that I have envisioned for years, or some sense over 10 years. In the next few, can I become this person in the next few years so that I can work properly towards the world peace? I think right now I want to talk about this for the next hour. So what was the communication? Not important. So career and Nordics, can I strike through them? Sparklings. There was an option for this in Excel. Oh, it's here. Okay. What do I call this? This describes it. I think it is life management. How far? That the natural part of me already loves everything, loves to do it. It would like to continue watching YouTube videos, start watching TV series that like Star Wars Andor. I never watched because at that time I stopped watching everything. I don't go play board games. I have multiple groups that I could join. I don't attend many family events anymore. I restrict everything, and then I have these ideas, hey, I want to do this, and it feels good. But then I realize maybe it's not that relevant to my word piece after all. And then it will become another sacrifice. Wanting to be with people, but I can't. Wanting to do stuff like that. Linux, wanting to use Linux. There is no logical reason why I should do that now, or ever. And it's not like I feel bad about these things. A little bit, some part of me, of course. I have fought for this life against part of me a long time, and kind of constantly removing entertainment. Like that was a huge one. But realizing at this scale how much I need to constrain myself still. Change of mindset. Definitely, I think there is possible that I will change my mindset with this goal that I just notice I'm not capable of doing this by myself or this way, that I need others much more, or than that motivation, that by myself I don't have enough motivation. But then again, the idea of finding someone to motivate me, or we would motivate each other, and then I would still continue doing my own thing. But if I fix it that so many paths I can follow. What leads to world peace? How do I work actually productively? by myself and not just seem like I were. The brain likes to deceive. Am I choosing this? Because it's easy. 2019, on August, my civil service ended at the university hospital, and I continued my studies that I had paused for the duration of the military service. After 1 year of studying, not super successfully, but still able to do some study points, I continued. I had motivation, and then I went to the lectures, and of course the first lectures of any course are the basics. They don't tell much new things. I got bored, couldn't concentrate. I wasn't there with my friends who had continued. Because they didn't have to go to the military service, and neither did I. I didn't have to do it right then, but for some reason I thought it was logical that that's the spot for it. In hindsight, I could have lived maybe better if I had postponed going there. But anyways, I went to these lectures, and then I decided that I'm way more productive. I can way more effectively watch these recordings later, 1.5, 2x time. So going to the lecture hall, sitting there with my laptop, which I didn't of course use at home, it was garbage. I decided to not attend lectures, and that started the downfall. At the same time, that was my most successful running training period, and actually the first one as well. I ran my best Cooper's test, and then 10K at 43:35. 1.5 years ago, I ran the marathon. I couldn't run at my potential because I kind of injured myself. My knees couldn't keep it up with the training pace, the amount of running I did. And at the time, at the summer of 2024, I was kind of at a similar level that what I was 2019. But during that August, or during the fall, autumn, I was at my best physical performance, but then the academic performance was very much lacking. I think I didn't even complete any course. Python. I did Python introductory course that I finished late on spring. The point was that, of course, in theory, it would be most productive to work on at home at the perfect pace and so on, but humans are weak. Without external pressure, social pressure, while having everything under control, like no financial stress, no physical stress, What is the best course of action? Being realistic. I know that eventually I will be realistic. That if I now choose not to take or even try to find opportunities, I will still move forward. Everything will be fine. I'm very often trying to remember back, think back, what have I done in this past 3 months or past month? That it feels that I should have thought about this already. I can't recall. As I said on one stream this week, anything before January I can just forget because I wasn't there, or maybe before February. So it makes sense why I haven't thought about this. Try to figure out other things. Who do I have to become? World peace. Thing is, I can't compare myself to others. It's so easy to fall into the trap of thinking that, hey, I'm doing very good. I don't do anything with that information. Like, how fierce, strong motivation do I need for this? Obsession, absolute passion that I want to achieve this. Like in the next 5 years or next 10 years, I would do everything I can. Right now, I feel that I have this energy, not really motivation, but some sort of energy that normal person would just find the target and then aim it towards that. But I can't. Everything that I look, everywhere that I look, I'm stopping myself. Becoming delusional, becoming kind of crazy is what I'm after. Needs to happen. If I don't feel like I'm an alien among others, normal people, I have failed pretty much. You need to be a little bit crazy if you create something new. And like this, I'm not just trying to reach world peace, but I'm trying to develop myself to be able to do that. Why? Obsession. World peace. Still going to just be product design. Forgetting these communication trainings. It's going to be product design. But nothing matters. The marketing, who cares? Although I need marketing to get the people get involved. For that, I need communication. And by developing my communication, I would develop or understand better the well, I would increase my communication with everyone. And that could be large, huge. Then needing communication to pitch this idea. So, okay, still necessary. Now it seems like everything is just leading towards actually proving to myself what I can do. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. Because I'm thinking about this two different ways. I'm thinking about my life that one way I'm trying to estimate the potential how good ideas I could have in the future, how creative solutions, good solutions I could create. I don't know. And I really do mean I don't know. Because I don't know anything. I haven't done anything. I don't have experience knowing what I can do. The only thing I know is I have never reached any limit that, hey, I can't do this. And the developments I have done, everything has been successful. At least that's how I believe. So if I actually spend time, 10 years, doing and constantly developing, I have no clue. Like when I said that week ago, some days I had 20 thoughts, actually meant 20 thoughts, 20 somewhat productive thoughts or conscious thoughts. And then some other day, it's thousands. The scale, if I'm able to continue doing that and do way more, even now, constantly, my brain shuts down. It's not running properly. It has never done that. I'm only thinking reactively most of the time. So I'm looking at this one way, very vaguely. I have no clue what my potential is. And then the other side is how I see myself currently, what feels natural, that yes, I can do that position. I feel that I need motivation, I need these skills. It would benefit me to get a job doing some social skills. But the actual thing is, if I can get even close to that potential that I'm visioning, that what I could be able to do, all of that experience I would gain from getting a normal job would just vanish, and instead it would become thing that just takes my time, and I would be older, like half a year older, and have more difficulties reaching my world peace goal. So I'm going back and forth with this. Yesterday I considered that motivation is going to be a problem, and today I haven't faced any issues. Like, is it fixed now? But right now, if someone was sending me messages, that would actually be hurting my productivity. Am I gaslighting to myself? Because I know for a fact, I have a lot of experience on this, that yes, I have had productive days and then thought this would continue, but then it didn't. I had those weeks of unproductive time, like now I did. But the thing is, this time is different. Anything before February I can forget. It didn't happen. It doesn't matter anymore because I was different person. This is now new setting. So the fact that this unproductive time happened could mean something, could mean that I haven't able to work on this motivation, but it also means nothing on its own. I don't care that I was gooning for 2 weeks because I hadn't been at this stage earlier. That I didn't have studies, I didn't have work because I had resigned, and I didn't have any schedules. I already knew what's going to be next, which is the Nordics event. So this thing had never happened before. Why would I have been ready for that? In some way, I was to this point controlled by others and their motivation. Or then I had some momentum, but then suddenly I didn't have any clear goal to do. This is, of course, the worst kind of thing that my brain, my mind does not want to do. Face the unknown. That no, I can't just look job listings and try to understand what others are doing. Doesn't matter. I don't care. Even so, of course, my idea is to build software. Software solution, I think, should be possible with today's technology. But I'm going with this in a way that is not dependent on the technology, the hardware. If it happens that, hey, this sort of processor, this sort of logic is not there, or any device is not capable of this, I will switch to hardware. I'm gonna make what I need for this world peace. So I'm not surprised at all that my brain didn't want to think about this, because it wasn't prepared. But now it is quite prepared. I have won another battle and came out of it stronger. I didn't go back to entertainment, and in some way, yes, of course, I relapsed with K-pop, that I watched K-pop music videos, dance videos, and then I watched YouTube, even if it is news or research, like productive kind, or technology, it's still entertainment. So yes, I relapsed, but I didn't touch the proper entertainment type. I haven't installed TikTok, like, I don't want to. There's nothing there. And now I'm bored. Like, I already consumed just a few days to watch enough videos that, yes, after this, or right now, I could easily watch many YouTube videos. But could I over an hour? What about 2 hours? What about porn? I don't feel that I want to do that. Like maybe once or max twice, but not 5 times that I have done. That, of course, it has been just avoidance. There wasn't any clear feeling that, hey, I want to do this, I want to watch news. It was just I avoided the unknown, the uncertain plan. I didn't even know what I was avoiding. Now I have a better idea what I would be avoiding, and because I'm not anxious about anything, I don't think it will happen anymore. That the avoidance was just the unknown. And because I felt, hey, I knew what was going to happen next, and I had plenty of time. I had the opportunity to do nothing. I took it. By old habits, of course. But I can always develop that out if it becomes a problem. This doesn't mean that I wouldn't take any, or I shouldn't take any opportunity next week. No. Just means that I need to build this further, this idea, change my look at this whole thing, life, my life, and what I could be capable of becoming. If it's strong enough, it will survive. In one way, I don't ever want to blend in with others. Someone could laugh already. This, that. Of course, I'm not gonna blend. I have never blended. But if it took me 2 weeks to reach the bottom and then be able to come up with this new plan, what if I have people around me? I have a job, I have a responsibility, I have my schedules, my habits. How could I have found this? So this is another important point that maybe I wouldn't have. Thinking about future meetings, like with that employment, some person on Tuesday, and then next week at Stockholm. I don't stress anything about the event, but I don't like the fact that I'm not sure how I would answer to some questions. And maybe for some people it's about being honest, but for me it's just I don't know. That I could see myself answering 10 different ways and being honest every time. Okay, let's try to make this more clear. So the problem is I'm concerned about my ability to lead myself, my life towards world peace. That I don't know which opportunity to take. That before, like a month ago, I thought differently. I had already thought that I wanted to gain skills in different areas. But now I'm doubting that. I'm thinking maybe I don't need those skills that much. What do I need to figure out next? What are some things I could do? Or put as my goals? Capabilities, definitely. I already have that. What I'm capable of doing. Trying to imagine, dream. Realistic. Life outside the box. That I need to push myself more. I'm not aiming high enough. I can already feel that these thoughts, especially at the end, they have changed something. So they have gotten my brain activated in new areas, which is good. But I also feel that I haven't done anything yet. I'm kind of surprised how I have felt. Very good. Like, no stress. And yes, I'm a bit tired, but I have almost zero reason to, or no, I don't have anything that I want to do, really. Okay, I have that schedule that I need to start looking at the event, booking up one-on-ones, going through the people there, but in terms of this intense thinking or development, I feel perfectly fine. And then I don't have that depression feeling or bad day feeling that my mind is just not happy. Just wanted to mention that because earlier today and maybe yesterday as well, I had a moment or two when I was surprised. Hey, I'm surprised about this feeling that I have. Very positive. Very positive. Am I just avoiding? Because deep down, I'm a ghost. I never consider myself much. Here, the situation is similar, that I see the options, but those options come from outside. Whenever I move from option to option, I don't see that in the middle is me. And that's also one option. That I would develop myself, become stronger, because it's easy to just choose something that's ready, that's already verified, that's safe. My brain likes to go into this objective mode and see everything as an outsider. You can't understand that the problem is not outside, that it might be inside, or maybe not the problem but the solution. That was one of the biggest realization I have had a year ago on January. I was trying to get my life into control like usual, and then at some point I had been able to, or I was in a conscious state, and I was just trying to analyze and think, why isn't it working? Why am I not able to fix this issue? And then suddenly I realized that I had looked at the non-conscious or less conscious problems, how I behaved when I wasn't conscious. I was always looking at them and realized I didn't even, that I haven't noticed the conscious mind's problems. And then when I started to analyze that, I realized how bad I thought that many of the circuits that were in my conscious mind thinking were just blatantly terrible, that those kind of logic should never been there, never should have been there. So that was the big realization, that hey, I should look inwards. And shortly after that, a few weeks, I created my technique that I still use to change myself. Getting to the root of the problem. And that took, 3 years since I started my development journey. 3 years to discover that. But hey, maybe I can go step deeper. So here I see a similar situation where I see my personality very well tries to avoid becoming a target, going into the spotlight. That long to find the right reaction. Like, please, I want to find some hidden trauma that I can fix and then get this going. Now I remembered, hey, I can smile. I can be happy. Odd thing. I guess, yeah, it just takes too much energy to smile right now. Becoming more like an alien. It's fine as long as I don't create some new bad goal for my life. I don't think it would happen, but that's, I guess, the biggest threat. More development. I'm getting sleepy. I can push forward yet still, but I'm thinking about the rest of the evening. I don't feel enough pressure that I would want to start going through the people on swap card. So I could start watching music videos. And think. Although using Iraq, I'm able to think while tired. The problem is that now I feel the excuses why to stop work, and of course by habit. developments. I do. I'm seeing this only going one way. So I will watch 3 hours, some music videos, maybe some YouTube videos. Of course, it's fine. And while I watch music videos, I want to make it very clear that I'm not enjoying that too much anymore, because I have seen those videos over 100 times, many of them, and it's just for me just a tool for me to think. I'm not excited waiting for it. I feel strong habits that, hey, yes, I can watch music videos, but but that habit doesn't understand that it's not the same than what it was a year ago or half a year ago. Watching this. So right now, this is the situation that I haven't been in many times, that I know I can still work. If I started coding, I could do that. But do I want? Do I want to push myself? That I feel that I have already done some stuff today. What do I want to do? Continuing thinking, that is the biggest thing, because anything I would do, I would still eventually continue that. And so I have removed stuff from my life more and more, just thinking about the next big thing. I can't avoid very long. Trying to value this. I could potentially get new ideas if I continue thinking about having the music videos assisting. Because my brain is warm. These things are in my short-term memory. I can still use them. But without stimulus, I don't have energy to push myself. 4 years ago, in similar situations, I would probably get excited and then just be able to continue, but and all the music videos, are they so great? I'm very close to ending the stream already. But this is an opportunity to change. Okay, coding, I don't care. Being productive, this is not about being productive, it's about being right. It's about finding the solution that I wouldn't know it's there. It's about using unique opportunity. These moments don't happen that often. So if I spend this just some mundane thing like coding, learning something, could go to waste. So I will end the stream and try to think further with music. It's fine. And tomorrow I will land that day. What do I have? Terminal. Ah, no. What is it? Control Shift G. 80. Sure, it's fine. I hope it's fine. 8-hour stream, nice.